How's it going, everybody? Ty Sites Shadow Games Report, doing part 3 of Doom Dark Ages. Can you believe it's already been close to a month since I last played this game? At least I think that's what I read on the date. I can't believe how fast time is flying. Sometimes you just really got to take a moment to reflect. You're just like, holy crap. Like, just 2025 just almost feels like it didn't even happen. I mean, it did happen, it's just, I don't know, just didn't go as planned. But either way, we are going to do about 30 minutes to an hour of news before we get into the game. I'm going to try so hard to keep it short tonight. I keep saying that, but I keep going to an hour and 30, and I'm trying not to. I don't know, but half the time I just feel like there's a certain line I want to hit before I stop talking about the news and then jump into the game. But tonight, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We got Techno-Tyrants. We got Trump flirting some technocratic Palestinian government, which is interesting to use that word. I mean, I don't know. I need to hear the actual quote just to make sure. but that's how it was dressed in certain posts. Now, if he didn't say Palestinian, I feel like that word's important. Why would he use the word Palestinian? You know, um, I feel like that would actually be a major slap towards Netanyahu if he is using that word. But correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it just looks that way. But that word also too, technocratic. It's very strange, very odd word to use. It's not a common political term, really. And honestly, it hasn't even been, I guess, a true political philosophy that many have gotten behind until, I guess, more recent years, but also even 100 years ago. Because if you actually know the history of technocracy, the whole movement only started about 100 years ago. Go look it up. Go look it up. I looked it up years ago whenever I was trying to learn just, well, political science, different categories, different political philosophies to fall into. And technocracy almost sounded appealing at first. On its face, it's kind of like communism. It sounds good, but then you kind of think about it a little bit more deeply and you're just kind of like, okay, yeah, this is not personal rights or freedom. This is more of higher elite telling you what to do. Well, not really just elite. It's more of like scientists and technicians, like just people with high degrees in certain arenas. Like and I don't even know how that would be determined in the modern day, especially if things kind of move towards more AI oriented, or even having AI a part of government. We get closer to what's called a techno tyranny, AI tyranny. It's one thing I'm trying to warn about, not only on this channel, but, I guess on my X feed and everything else. I'm not even sure how long X will stay relevant if, I don't know, it just keeps digging itself into the government's fingers and just censoring people on weird things, limiting posts based upon what it is. It's just a new age way of censorship. It's just the new format. It's Yeah. But anyways, I need to stop talking. Let's go ahead and cover these headlines. I got steak I want to bite into here soon. Also, I realize I need to turn myself up a bit. Let's turn myself up. Actually, I'm just going to turn myself up all the way. How about that? Apparently, my AI is making me too quiet. I got an AI noise canceller, so sometimes it makes me too quiet and I gotta speak the F up. Because I was getting too quiet. I listened to myself partially while gaming from yesterday this morning, and I was just like, I can barely hear myself. I don't even like watch my own videos a lot. But sometimes you kind of got to. All right. Trump shouts out Laura Loomer at Palm Beach Boulevard naming. Pressure builds on Senate GOP to pass SAVE Act voter-proof bill. Trump names founding board for Gaza peace oversight. HHS plans study on cell phone radiation health risk. Pete Hegseth orders audit of 8A contracts over fraud concerns. Got abolish ICE, Dems, Trudeau, Native Americans. I'm just seeing what's trending right now. I feel like it was a slower news day. Is that just me? Trump posts Mr. Tariff and Tariff King self memes on Truth Social. I don't know what that means. Mr. Tariff. You know what? Since we're talking about Mr. Tariff, let's ask Rock what happened to the Supreme Court voting on tariff legality. And if I'm not using the right word, legality there, then I'll reword it, but either way. I got steak here, and I'm sorry, I gotta take a bite real quick. Supreme Court has not yet issued a ruling on the legality of President Trump's major tariff Mmm, it's so good. Oh my god. I should not have taken a bite of that. I should have started a video first. Oh my god. Referred to as the Liberation Day or Global Reciprocal Tariffs, posed starting in 2025. Wait, what? So it hasn't ruled. Why? Oh my god, that was so good. Okay, I can read now. I don't understand. Grog, give me a summary, you stupid piece of boop. Indicate next potential opinion release day is Tuesday, January 20th, after MLK closure on January 19th. The court doesn't announce specific cases in advance, so it could come then or later. Possibly into February or beyond. I heard that he tried to postpone the decision, but I don't know if that rumor was true. It seems like it is true, though, just based upon how it's being treated at the moment. Sometimes you can just judge things based upon its behavior. Yeah, Mr. Tariff sounds kind of gay. Sounds like Mr. Slave. Tariff King is better. Anytime you add King at the end of anything, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's masculine. Alright, what's this? Black and white images spread quickly, boosted by the House account, or White House account, as supporters cheered tariffs for boosting manufacturing revenue and record stock markets amid duties averaging over 15% by late 2025. Trump credits them with low inflation, strong 401k, and progress on the $37 trillion debt, while floating ideas like $2,000 tariff dividends. Critics call them tax on consumers, raising everyday prices as a Supreme Court challenge looms, with White House officials confident in upholding the IEEPA base levels and 10% universal tariff as backup. I don't know, man. We need some straight shooting with some of this reporting around tariffs. Like, I want to hear the real numbers. I mean, Trump can't be like coming out like he did last month saying that we take in $18 trillion in tariffs, which is just insane. Now, if it's true, then I want you to prove it. Like, show me the numbers. Show me how that's how you're coming to that conclusion. Like, the White House needs to show people the numbers. I almost knocked my drink over. Get out of the way. That would have been bad. All right. This whole thing just changed on me, didn't it? Judge blocks ICE arrest of peaceful protesters in Minneapolis raids. Treasury Secretary Bessent confident Supreme Court will uphold Trump tariffs. Oh, now you're confident? Yeah, well, I'm sure after you put all this pressure on them, which I'm not even sure what the hell you guys do anymore. I mean, I don't know if those shiners on Elon Musk were true or evident of anything, but anyways, in Fox Business interview, Bessent highlighted how the tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act secured major trade deals with Japan, South Korea, and EU while generating 130 to 150 billion in revenue. Why do we always get like all these like crazy different numbers around tariffs? Like I heard it was 230 billion, but like I just said, Trump just said last month, he probably misspoke. He's probably talking about the investments into the country in different ways from different companies. But you can't go around saying that tariffs create 18 trillion. Like if that's true, that's awesome. That's like beyond awesome. Like that's like everybody gets a trillion, or not a trillion, but I mean actually, well, maybe in you would at least get a few $1 million. Let's just say that. Like people don't understand how much $1 trillion truly is. Um, you really could give out millions of dollars to people if we were taking in $18 trillion every single year. That would be insane amounts of money, and we could literally pay off our entire debt, our national debt, within um, probably just a presidency. 4 years, 5 years max. But obviously, that's insane to even talk about. So, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, as POTUS, he said, there's more at stake than just the tariff income. The president has used IEEPA to bring in trillions of dollars of overseas investment, and that could all be at risk of being reversed. Okay. So maybe I need to understand this IEEPA a little bit more to understand. Because why would these investments be at risk? How are they attached to tariffs? Right? Or maybe it's because the tariffs went up that, all these investments were made to begin with. I'm very confident the Supreme Court is going to allow the signature economic policy and not throw a wrench into things. We are bringing in substantial revenue, representing trillions and trillions of dollars in investment. Okay, are we going to get that type of investment every single year? I mean, that's actually like double shitty now. If the Supreme Court doesn't pass this, that's a big deal. That means all this shit over the past year with tariffs was for nothing. And what happens to that investment? You know? Wow. All right, I'll play this video.
As President Trump has said, there's more at stake than just the tariff income. He has used IEPA to bring in trillions of dollars of overseas investment, and that could all be at risk of being reversed. So I am very confident that the Supreme Court is going to allow the signature economic policy and not throw a wrench into things. We have paid down we are bringing in substantial revenue. We are bringing in trillions and trillions of dollars of investment. As you said, the economy is hot, and one of the reasons is this massive overseas investment. As President Trump has said, there's more.
Guy correspondent struggles to speak as tear gas fired at ICE protesters. Post that. Justice Department sues Virginia for allegedly failing to turn over voter rolls. California demands Elon Musk XAI stop producing sexual deepfake content. I didn't even know Grok was capable of doing that, but also I think I've had Grok deny me. No, well, no, maybe it was Sora. I don't know. I've used Sora. I haven't used Grok as much for the video. I've used it a few times, but I've never done anything dirty with it. But Sora, I swear it would restrict you on like basic stuff. It wouldn't even, allow you to use celebrity faces 90% of the time. Anyways, FAA warns airlines on Central South American flights of potential military actions. I don't know what that means. Okay. Could Leonardo da Vinci's DNA be hiding inside one of his Renaissance sketches? Probably. He's probably got some dead skin cells in the paint somewhere. If you dig around. Such a weird thing to think about. Judge allows, like, what are you going to do? Clone him? You guys are getting weird, man. All these people are getting weird. Just want to find, like, somebody's hair or tooth. Like, dig up their grave just so they can clone them again. Or I don't know, do something. Judge allows members of Zizian's group to work together on defense ahead of Maryland trial. To work together? To build a case? That's weird. It's odd. All I can really say to that. Mega influencers reject rumor of Gowdy replacing Bondi as AG. Yeah, I don't think anybody's too fond of that. I don't know who keeps pumping that into the ether, but nobody seems to like it. So, Gowdy, if that's you, we can smell you from here. Texas A&M abruptly cancels graduate level ethics course over race gender policy. DOJ investigating Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey over alleged conspiracy to impede immigration agents. Yeah. Definitely a thing right now. Trump says he may punish countries with tariffs if they don't back the US controlling Greenland. That's fucking weird. Remember that whole rant at the beginning of the episode about Techno-Tyrants? Like, this is, I don't know. The whole American neo-colonialism, which I named a video of that earlier this week, it only becomes more and more relevant as stuff like this occurs, while also even having Carney seem to fold towards China and different, well, things on behalf of the crown, the British crown, which I've started to kind of pick up a little bit of a pattern on the British's more silent and irregular warfare. I've shown a lot of the Promethean action videos on this channel, but even with just, I guess, certain comments that certain leaders make, it kind of gives who they're working for away, if that makes any sense. And I'll talk more about that here in a minute. Chinese universities surge in global rankings as U.S. schools slip. Mikado says she presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize medal. Yeah, the lady that I guess is very pro-Israel in Venezuela, but is very unpopular with the local Venezuelans. Let's see, Chinese. Well, yeah, because our universities suck, and probably were. Do I still have? Sorry, thought I heard something for a second. Let's see. DOJ investigates Walz and Frey over ICE criticism during Minneapolis unrest. Let's play this video. I gotta go check something real quick. Federal grand jury has issued subpoenas to Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey in investigation into ICE interference.
Person familiar tells me that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey are both being investigated by the Justice Department. And a grand jury has issued subpoenas for both of them, though it doesn't appear that either have been served yet. What we do know tonight as we come on the air is that the Justice Department investigation centers on possible obstruction of federal law enforcement. Both the FBI Director Kash Patel and the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche were in Minneapolis today. And just a short time ago, Todd Blanche was on Fox News explaining or attempting to explain why the Justice Department is taking this action.
When the governor or the mayor threaten our officers, when the mayor suggests that he's encouraging citizens to call 911 when they see ICE officers, that is very close to a federal crime.
Person familiar tells me that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob
Breaking tonight, Fox News confirms the Justice Department is investigating Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey for allegedly impeding law enforcement efforts on the ground, again confirming that DOJ investigation. Progressive Democrats, meantime, were in Minneapolis today, rallying around protesters, claiming the Trump administration is to blame for the chaos. The remarks from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Pramila Jayapal come after another night of disorder in Minneapolis. Breaking tonight, Fox News.
Take the flag off! Where are you going to suck each other's fucking dicks? You guys aren't stealing his truck, are you?
Stealing cell phones and cars now, I guess.
I don't think you need 20 guys to park this truck, but hey, seriously.
There are a lot of headlines out there that are, in my view, not accurate. President Trump's resolve is not the question. The question is, when we do an operation like this, should it be bigger or smaller? I'm in the camp of bigger. Time will tell. I'm hopeful and optimistic that the regime days are numbered.
Played that video yesterday. I just find it very interesting. Just the visible sadness of not being able to pull off the smaller operation and wanting a bigger operation in Iran. Whatever that means. Whatever that means, but it doesn't seem like it went that well. Whatever happened. Of course, they're not going to tell us what happened. We're probably going to hear about it from the Russians or Chinese or someone else. Just my opinion. I had somebody tell me, like, if you want the real news, go listen to these guys. I'm like, bro, I get my news from, like, 20 sources compared to your one guy. And, I mean, I don't know, like, he was telling me he was, like, listening to, like, UK and Canadian Iranians, and I'm like, yeah, well, that's the two groups of Iranians I wouldn't listen to, because a lot of them actually back the Shah, and supposedly the Shah was hated at one time. They weren't as revered as, I don't know, supposedly being made out to be. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the whole history. I didn't live during that time period, so I really can't say all that well. But at the same time, supposedly the Shah was being backed up by the CIA, MI6, and Mossad. So, I mean, you know, everybody can believe whatever they want to believe, but just know that I do pay attention to several opposing sources a lot of the time. And if I can kind of like pick up on the truth through that, you know, it kind of tells you that, I mean, I can see through things if it doesn't necessarily meet the supposed narrative they're trying to get across to people. But anyways, I digress. Let's move on to the next thing. Stephen Miller says they load illegal voters into the rolls, harvest their votes, and then they appoint judges who they know will cover up their crimes. I think I covered this a few days ago. Is this maybe I covered it yesterday. Mustafa Kasabah, a Biden-appointed judge, has blocked the federal government from accessing Oregon's voter data. I thought it was Georgia. I thought this was the same guy that was blocking Georgia's voter data. Maybe it is. I don't know. Tomorrow, in an unexpected or unprecedented move, President Trump is expected to announce an emergency power auction that would force technology giants to pay for new power plants. The initiative is expected to construct 15 billions worth of new power plants. Did I cover that yesterday? I might have. For whatever reason, X shuffles my post and doesn't start me where I think I'm being started. I don't know why. But I don't know, man. What's the best alternative outside of X now? I really want a new alternative now. We don't need to just have one app, guys. A strong. We already covered that too. See, this is like, some of this is old stuff. I didn't scroll that far down. And it says they're all from yesterday, so I'm just kind of confused. Russia President Vladimir Putin, if Russia had committed even 10% of what Israel had done in Gaza, NATO would be right at Moscow's doorstep now. The West has taught us that human rights begin and end at the borders of Israel's interest. Well put. Netanyahu told Trump not to attack Iran. Israel is not ready. That's from Megatron. I don't think that's necessarily what happened. I actually kind of questioned. Well, this came from New York Times, so that's probably why. I don't think it came from Netanyahu. It was obvious that Netanyahu and maybe even Lindsey Graham and a few others were really banking on this, but Trump pulled back. There are different claims to why Trump pulled back. I personally don't know, so I'm not going to act like I know why he pulled back. I've heard a few different theories now, so I guess I'm just kind of like, I'm not really sure why it didn't happen either. I mean, it does seem like he doesn't want to have a full-scale war, and maybe he could kind of tell that what was happening with Mossad and the CIA was not going to plan. Now, maybe they still have something planned. I've heard that there's ground forces down there, different Mossad and CIA posing as Iranians to stimulate violence and unrest. Yeah. Anyways, it's raining here, guys. It sounds nice right now. It sounds nice and relaxing. I kind of am enjoying it right now. Latin Kings member charged in FBI vehicle theft during Minneapolis unrest. Michael Cohen claims prosecutors pressured him to testify against Trump. Elon Musk said the U.S. government deleted a terabyte of financial data to cover their crimes, but they don't understand technology, so we recovered it. This is an old quote, but I feel like it's important to kind of, bring up certain things that were said months ago, but still relevant today because we don't see any justice. Michael Cohen claims he was coerced by Letitia James to turn on Trump. Kind of makes sense. Let's see. Ox Nobler says Japan will crash the market in 3 days. Take that with a grain of salt. I'm not giving financial anything, so yeah, this is just somebody's post. They are currently sitting on 10 trillion in debt. Every Japanese government bond yield just hit the highest level ever recorded. Next week, Japan will start selling 500 billion in US stocks to stabilize the economy. Their economy is breaking, and it's far worse than most people realize. If Japan breaks, it doesn't break alone, it drags the global financial system with it. They only survived because the interest rates were near zero. That support is gone. I mean, we had a similar scare last month with the Bank of Japan, and here we are. Everything's fine. I'm not trying to put out fear posts. Honestly, I'm trying to deter fear posting at this point because there's actually been a big dump of propaganda within like the past week or so. Like it just kind of came out of nowhere. I've been pointing it out to different people. All right. DOJ investigates wall. Wait, I already said that. Wait, why am I here? Okay, back to where we're at. Paul White Gold Eagle says American researchers activated dormant genes regrowing adult human teeth naturally. Apparently, we have a third set of teeth that are just dormant, and they're like little tooth buds or something like that. And we can stimulate them, and they will literally grow a tooth. So, if you ever lose a tooth, always ask about tooth buds from now on. I think that's what they're called. Let me read this. Yeah, tooth buds. Yeah. Activated dormant genes regrowing adult human teeth naturally by blocking USAG1 protein. Scientists triggered tooth buds that naturally remain inactive after permanent teeth emerge, causing complete new teeth to grow from the jaw in adults who lost teeth to injury or decay. This biological regrowth could replace dental implants entirely, giving humans a true third generation of natural teeth. During fetal development, humans form tooth buds for 3 sets of teeth, but only 2 ever erupt. The third set remains genetically suppressed throughout life. Interesting. Researchers identified USAG1 as the suppressor protein and developed antibody treatments that block it temporarily when administered locally in the jaw. Dormant tooth buds receive growth signals and begin developing exactly as they would in childhood, erupting through gums as fully functional biological teeth with roots, enamel, and nerve connections. Imagine ditching the 3,000 implant industry for an $800 biological regrowth treatment. I mean, it really needs to be cheaper than that. Like 500 at the most. Should be like closer to 200. Like, everything needs to be cheaper. I don't even want to cover this lady anymore. I don't want to see her face anymore. I might play this video. I don't even think I've played this video before.
This is supposed to be the woman who's taking over Venezuela. Not only is she pro-Israeli, she's pro-Likud. She signed a cooperation deal in 2020 with Netanyahu's Likud party. She fully supports Netanyahu's war on Gaza. Is this why we're seeing the bombing of them right now?
The UN has allowed the bombing and destruction of Beirut and Lebanon. They've allowed the bombing and destruction of Syria. Every day they permit the bombing of Yemen's Arab people. Now they're going to look the other way again. Now what does Berlin say? What does Paris say? What does London say? What does Washington say? Will they keep encouraging the Hitler of the 21st century now against the noble, peaceful people of Iran? Well, I say the Bolivarian, humanist, peaceful people of Venezuela say no to war. This madness must be stopped. People of Israel, brothers, Jews, as a Christian and Sephardic heir, I tell you, stop Netanyahu's madness. Only the people of Israel can stop this madness. Where will this warmongering lead? Where will such racism, intolerance, hatred, and violence lead? Do they think missiles and bombs will subdue the will of the world's peoples? Where will so much destruction lead? Stop the aggression against Palestinians, Lebanese, Syrians, Yemenis, and the noble people of Iran. The ball is in the court of Israel's Jewish people. Stop this immoral war, this criminal war. We shall see.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new
See, this is what I was talking about. It's like shuffling my freaking posts. I had another Mark Carney video, and it's not next to this one. It was longer than this one. And for whatever reason, it's not next to it. Maybe I'll find it here in a second, but that is Mark Carney, I guess, making a point on the New World Order. One other thing with this. I want to see if I can find it. What is on my finger? Ew. I have food on my finger. How'd that get there? Don't want to touch my keyboard like that. Alright, what am I doing? Mark Carney. I want to see that too, but
As you mentioned, mine is the first visit of a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade. The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order. It's a partnership with new focus and greater depth and a sense of purpose. And I look forward to realizing its promise and building on it in the years to come. A partnership that leverages our strengths to create greater stability, security, sustainability, and prosperity for all our peoples. And I look forward to this working session to advance those objectives. Thank you very much. As you mentioned,
Now we're outside one of the buildings that used to be torn down, and we'll put up a picture of what it used to look like on Google Maps just a year ago. And there's the entire neighborhood is just being remodeled. There's a couple homes that aren't being remodeled and they're completely torn down, but you can obviously see that now people live here, but that wasn't the case when a couple years ago when people were registered to vote from this location and there's absolutely nothing here. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, so I turned these in whenever they were abandoned houses. They were all boarded up, like some of the houses down the street, boards all the way over the windows. Clearly nobody was living there at the time. And if you look at these registrations, odds are it's the same person registered to vote there that was registered 3 years ago when it was boarded up.
You think if we kind of went and knocked on some of these people's homes that, tell them, hey, people are still registered to vote from here from before you remodeled it, what do you think their reaction would be?
I think they would be very surprised. I mean, I have people reaching out to me all the time, and they get a precinct card from somebody. They don't know who they are. Sometimes it might be from 3 prior homeowners. Sometimes it's somebody they've never heard of. But when Fulton County doesn't clean up their voter list, if you move out of state, you move out of county, maybe you live in Florida now, if you never clean up the voter rolls, you're going to have a lot of extra people. So you might look up your own address and there's 5 extra people there that you don't know.
Did you submit a complaint to the county about specific locations like these abandoned homes where people are registered to vote from?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the response usually from the county has been the same as previous things?
Yes, I'm creating a lot of work for them. They're frustrated. They do not want me doing this.
So real quickly, you can see that 924 right across the street is being remodeled because this was also abandoned the last time that I looked it up on Google Maps. Again, that's the similar pattern that we see across this street here is all of this was abandoned. You can see it on Google Maps, but now they're finally starting to remodel it. Yeah. And that means that, again, people used to be or still are registered to vote that don't live here anymore. And now new people are going to move in here.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they'll want to register to vote and they'll learn, hey, I'm not the only one that's registered to vote from this location. There's maybe 10 others, 5 others, 6 others. And that's essentially the problem here is that the Fulton County doesn't clean their voter rolls.
Yes.
Is that right?
When people move out of state, Fulton County will not take them off.
Yo, what's up, guys? We're outside of a very important place here in California. You'll see it's just home to a porta-john and a giant empty parking lot. But inside of this empty parking lot is something really important in the state of California. As you can see here, we have registered voters. 26 registered voters for this exact location, 100 Sunset Avenue in Venice. 26 registered voters. Right here, according to the registrar and the Secretary of State. 26 people registered to a porta-john and an empty parking lot. Where do their ballots go exactly? So who's picking up the ballots? Who's voting for the people in this lovely porta-john empty lot? That's the question. I think you know the answer. Yo, what's up, guys? We're outside of a very important place here in California.
Okay. Sorry, I was taking a break from talking for a second. Final solution document from Hitler to exterminate all Jews? Question mark. Doesn't exist. Documents of SS discussions on how to reduce the death rate in the camps readily available. So they were trying to reduce deaths, not increase them. Interesting. The U.S. wants to send troops into Mexico to fight cartels. Apparently, the U.S. is now pushing Mexico to let American forces cross the border and actually go after cartels on Mexican soil. The logic: cartel violence has gotten so out of control that the U.S. wants to hit it at the source. And while Mexico's not exactly loving the idea of foreign soldiers operating in their country, if this actually goes through, that things could get real messy real fast. I mean, the CIA is already flying over, so they're probably already inside the country, so. Alright, Chris Erickson says, think of this. Every time you see Carney and crew in China over the next few days, okay, this is what I wanted to show. This is the post I was referring to earlier in relationship with Carney. A former CSIS officer stated that they can prove that every federal government from Mr. Mulroney to Mr. Trudeau have been compromised by agents of the CCP, the great pretenders in our parliament.
I want to be very clear. We can prove that every federal government from Mr. Mulroney to Mr. Trudeau have been compromised by agents of the Communist China. Every government were informed at one point or another. Every government choose to ignore CISA's warning either by negligence, self-interest, or partisanship. Every government were infiltrated by agents of influence acting on behalf of the Chinese government, and we knew who they were. I want to be very clear. We can prove that every federal government from Mr. Mulroney to Mr. Trudeau have been compromised by agents of the Communist China. Every government were informed at one point or another. Every government choose to ignore CISA's warning either by negligence, self-interest, or partisanship. Every government were infiltrated by agents of influence acting on behalf of the Chinese government, and we knew who they were. I want to be very clear. We can prove that every federal government from Mr. Mulroney to Mr. Trudeau have been compromised by agents of the Communist China. Every government were informed at one point or another. Every government.
Okay, he kept on like repeating the same lines over and over. I didn't realize this video had already restarted maybe twice. Declassified CIA MK Ultra document openly discusses drugging entire populations. Substances placed in food, water, Coca-Cola, alcohol, cigarettes, and even vaccinations. Even vaccinations too slowly induce anxiety, hopelessness, tension, and depression over time. This isn't theory, this isn't fiction, this is real government paperwork, this is only page 1. Read it again. So yeah, this is the CIA admitting that they put things inside your food and drinks to create anxiety, hopelessness, tension, and depression over time. It's kind of like all those weird chemicals and stuff that we don't want in our foods. It kind of makes you wonder. Let's see, this second type of drug should be one that could be administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water, and would either have an agitating effect, producing anxiety, nervousness, tension, etc., or a depressing effect, creating a feeling of depository. Oh wait, no, despondency. I'm sorry, I didn't even read that right. I couldn't read it. Hopelessness, lethargy, etc. This study should include chemicals or drugs that can effectively be concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc. Jeez, man. So, that's why everybody's all sick and depressed and hates everybody. If you didn't hate the CIA enough, I don't know how to improve that for you. Like, I feel like you're dumb. Mark Carney has officially sold out Canada to China. In a shocking turn of events, the Canadian Prime Minister officially removes all tariffs on Chinese EVs and will import 49,000 Chinese EVs into Canada.
China's strengths, for example, in electric vehicles are formidable. They're undeniable. These are the most affordable and energy efficient and innovative vehicles in the world. And for Canada to build our own competitive EV sector, we need to learn from, partner with, and access and build supply chains with China. To help deliver on the full potential of these partnerships and to bring down costs for Canadians, we're going to start by allowing up to 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles into the Canadian market at the most favored nation tariff rate, which is 6.1%.
Getting that shot really was an amazing feeling. It hits you. Getting that shot really was an amazing.
Iran arrests Hussein Rouhani, Iran's 7th president, and Javad Zarif. U.S. and Denmark to create working group to discuss Greenland acquisition. $700 billion of our tax dollars. We're still waiting on our $2,000 checks that I guess we're just going to get once and then we're never going to get anything else. I don't know. How does this work? Gavin Newsom straight up admits he's wrong, or it's wrong, for his press office X account to be spewing dangerous rhetoric about ICE agents. Shapiro, our ICE agents are clearly not terrorists. You know why I think Ben Shapiro's saying this? It's because we literally have IDF soldiers supposedly in ICE. At least that's the claim, that's the report that's been going around, if anybody's been seeing that. Supposedly we have IDF ex-soldiers in ICE, which is strange because supposedly they're fighting like multi-front wars overseas. Why would they even be here?
And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism. which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that.
Yeah.
That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, and then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which
Elon Musk says, time to invoke the Insurrection Act. Insurrection Barbie says, some fun facts. The Insurrection Act has been invoked 30 times by 17 different presidents. In fact, 37% of American presidents have invoked the Insurrection Act. It was invoked to deal with rebellions and uprisings. What are rebellions and uprisings? Examples: armed groups openly defied federal law. State or local authorities could not or would not enforce federal law. Violence or organized resistance threatened the authority of the federal government. Courts were blocked, taxes couldn't be collected, or offices were attacked. Look, I just described Minnesota. Okay, here it is. From Bricks News. President Trump announces support for new Palestinian technocratic government to run Gaza. As promised, I'm going to do a Grok scan real quick. Sorry about that. Something didn't go as planned. Please try again. Yeah, you didn't do the right post, retard. You're like trying to scan my words, and I'm trying to get you to scan this post. Retard. Retard! Remember the Santa Ynez Reservoir that just happened to be empty during the raging Palisades fire? Yes, the same one Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass claimed was full. A year later, it's still empty. Not a single drop. They want this
So we're
to
up here in the
happen.
Palisades. The entire place just burnt to cinders. And there's a famous, we're here, of course, with Michael, who lost his house as well. And there's a famous reservoir. You can kind of see it right over our shoulders there. And you can't walk up to it. Yeah, right there. Can't walk up to it, but it was famously
Can't
empty.
walk up to it because the security is guarding it from people trying to see that it's empty.
Well, luckily we brought our drone. Let's go ahead and find out what's in the famous Palisades reservoir that was dry during the fire that burnt.
Just making it bigger.
So we're up. Dry during the fire that burnt everyone's house down. That is bone dry. There's nothing in there. There's not a drop of water in the reservoir.
Benny, you better have a pilot's license. Drone's license, or whatever they're called.
They want it to happen again. After all of this, there's nothing in the reservoir.
I thought Trump, like, released the dams or whatever.
Goodness.
See, this is how crazy this administration is. I mean, I'm not really blaming everything on Trump here. But it's just like, supposedly all these dams and reservoirs are being filled back up, or, you know, streams are being filled up throughout the rest of California. Like, the military came in and everything to force it to happen, and then like a year later, this shit's still empty? Like, really? Alright, anyways, back to what we were saying about the Palestinian technocratic government. Apparently that's a quote. That is a quote. It is a quote. Palestinian technocratic government. Okay. So he used the word Palestinian. Does anybody not see the significance of that? Now, is he going to try to keep the Palestinians inside of, well, I guess Palestine? He's calling it Palestinian. It's very interesting that he would use that word. But let's talk about the technocratic word now, since we're on this subject. What does technocratic mean? Now, it should mean, if I'm correct, if the previous definition is correct, it should mean a government ruled by highly intelligent. I don't know if it's based off of a meritocracy, or if it's based upon just intelligence. It's basically a government led by intelligence. Just people that have higher knowledge in certain things. Basically scientists, like I said earlier, technicians, things of that nature. What does technocratic mean? Actually, what is technocracy? What? Try again, bro. Technocracy refers to a system of government or governance where decision makers, called technocrats, are selected primarily based on their technical expertise. So I nailed it, guys. I got it. Technical expertise. That's the better way to say it, though. Specialized knowledge. So I nailed it. I got it. What did I tell you? I'm smart as F. As all F. Get the F out, guys. I'm smart as F. Alright, or professional skills in fields like science, engineering, economics, or administration. Rather than through popular elections, political party affiliations, or ideological appeal. So there's no election process. Now, if there ever were to be such a thing as a technocracy, wouldn't you want somebody in an expertise of ethics? Like, that's the only way I would see a technocracy working, is if there was a guy, maybe even like the lead guy, that literally just oversees ethics. You know, good ethics, positive ethics, healthy ethics. That's the only way I could ever see this system working, but otherwise it is undemocratic. Undemocratic. That's what I accidentally said. Undemocratic. And, well, you're just putting specialized knowledge into power above you, and they can just basically act like they're smarter than you, no matter what, and you don't have any say. You don't have any say. Like, that's why I say you would have to have an ethics leader for this to even be possible, because, like, everyone could just be unethical. You know, like, we've already found out through COVID that scientists can be corrupt, that they'll go after their political opponents and everything else. I mean, you know, intelligence doesn't necessarily say that you're ethical. In fact, I like to determine being evil as malevolent intelligence. You know, that's one thing we have to be worried about with AI as well. You know, like, let's just say we were to have like a AI-based technocracy. You know, this is why I blend it together with the whole idea of techno-tyranny. It's just due to the fact that it's kind of the same thing. It's just with more people. It's slavery with more steps, if you watch Rick and Morty. What's your purpose? Your purpose is to serve butter. If you remember that. We are taking a sledgehammer to the oldest DEI program in the federal government, the 8A program, says Pete Hegseth.
When President Trump appointed me as your Secretary of War, I made you a series of promises. I promised that every single one of your taxpayer dollars would go toward one thing and one thing only: building the most lethal fighting force on the planet. And I promised we would gut the corruptive, unconstitutional, non-merit-based DEI programs that have weakened our military and distracted us from our primary mission.
I want to get this game going.
And I promised we would hunt down the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that has run rampant in this department for decades, and to instead redirect that money to President Trump's America First priorities. Well, today, we are once again taking action on these promises. We're actually taking a sledgehammer to the oldest DEI program in the federal government. a program few people outside of Washington have ever heard of, that I hadn't heard of. It's called the 8A program. Now, if you're like me, you're asking yourself, what is an 8A? It's a great question. 8A refers to the Small Business Administration's program to assist, quote, small, disadvantaged businesses owned by a socially disadvantaged individual or tribe, end quote. Providing these small businesses with opportunities is a laudable goal.
Move on, bro.
But over the decades, as it happens, the 8A program has morphed into swamp code words for DEI, race-based contracting.
Yeah, we get it. All right. Tim Burchett is angry.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett. A little early this morning, I was headed to the gym and I was thinking this morning, hey brother, the constant argument is always when a bunch of us vote against this stuff, they say, oh, if we kill the bill, it'll shut the government down. You know, they always back you up against the wall. And why the heck do we put it in there? We're the majority. And, you know, the spending overseas, the funding of these rogue judges, these incredibly liberal organizations we know are just destroying our country. Why in the hell did we put this stuff in there? It's just ridiculous. And here we are spending the money. We're in the majority. And, you know, and the leadership gives the left everything. It just doesn't make it. It's always that way. I don't care who's in power.
You are about to see a clip that has really woken up the world. You're about to see the globalist Prime Minister of Canada pledge allegiance to the communist dictator in China, Xi Jinping.
And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
In case some of you have not been paying attention, or maybe like Rip Van Winkle, done. But Trump in the last minute got back in and has now reversed all of that. That is the real fight going on. So this clip of Mark Carney whispering under his breath in a meeting with Xi Jinping that our partnership, our progress, our relationship, our new world order. When he says that, he means the globalist system. He means the West shut down, China getting all the rare earth minerals, China having all the development. He means tyranny. He means aligning the West with the social credit score, the totalitarianism, new COVID lockdowns, the UN, because it's China and Bill Gates and the globalists that are creating the world ID, coming out with the universal credit score, the social credit score. This is so important. I have another article right here where this whole parade, MSN reports, of world leaders going today, tomorrow, and the coming days to bow to Xi Jinping. And they admit President Trump is not bowing to Xi Jinping. And we just got industrial numbers in. They're spiking. Inflation is slowing. Trump is winning. We are winning. But that's why Trump is under such attack, is because he is restoring sovereignty to the United States of America. Now, with Trudeau, he was just a puppet of the globalists. But when the public voted him out, they brought in Carney, who is an actual globalist. Here he is.
And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
He's talking about the globalist new world order. But Trump has destroyed their new world order and is bringing in a new order on sovereignty, nationalism, capitalism, Americana, 1776 worldwide.
Massey and I will be introducing inherent contempt, and Pam Bondi can be personally fined up to $10,000 every day. She's breaking the law, and she and other people at the Justice Department can be put in jail.
How would you ever be certain that the evidence wasn't destroyed? Or it hasn't been already?
Well, look, you can't be certain, but the survivors' lawyers have seen the files. That new president can do it.
They'll all be pardoned. so that will never happen.
You think he'll pardon all of them? Even the one issue that is hurting him amongst his base. So why wouldn't he just get the files out?
I don't know anybody.
It's not the one issue. I honestly think the Israel issue attached to the Epstein issue, because I mean Epstein is attached to Israel. I mean, it's all kind of interrelated. It's all connected. So it's not just the Epstein stuff though. It's more of Israel that's kind of holding it back. It might be the downfall of Trump really this year. I mean, it really is that hardcore. I don't think they really understand. I mean, maybe they're starting to understand it with trying to call it a Palestinian technocratic government. But the whole technocracy thing, that's very strange. It's very tyrannical sounding. Keyword, sounding. Thousands of studies link 5G and EMFs to DNA damage, oxidative stress, neurological injury, and cancer. So maybe don't walk around with your phone in your pocket. If you got a 5G phone, I might even start to rethink it a bit, you know? Get you a Faraday bag. They got all kinds of Faraday bags now. You can get like a backpack or laptop bag. There's lots of different options. There's even cheap options too, like $20 options. So look into a Faraday bag if you want to avoid any type of radiation from your phone. But they're going to do a study on it and we'll have more clear results after that. U.S. Health and Human Services to launch investigation into possible links between 5G, mobile phones, neurological damage, and cancer. So RFK is on it, man. I think RFK is the best person for 2028. That's my personal choice. I know he's pro-Israel, but like I said before, if that's all we get, if we don't have other options, I mean, I even think if he were to like maybe even show that Israel might have a possible connection with JFK, you know, I'm not gonna say they did anything, but if there is any weird connection with that, then RFK, if he doesn't know, then he needs to know. So I mean, I think that might even change his opinion on Israel if he were to know those things, if he doesn't already. But I don't know, maybe he doesn't listen to it. If no return is filed, the IRS cannot assess you. Gary Mikovsky, IRS agent, testifying under oath in U.S. versus Lloyd. Look that up, verify that if you guys want to check that out. I have no idea if that's true. I'm not telling you to do one thing or the other, purely up to you. New footage emerges that Iran revealing trained individuals with sat phones preparing attack on Iranian forces with high-powered weapons. From Douglas McGregor. CIA, MI6, and Mossad. So, anybody want to question me on that? That's Douglas McGregor. I think he's like a former colonel or something like that. Yeah, U.S. Army colonel, retired combat veteran. He's on Redacted all the time. So yeah, he's saying it right here. I would assume he has better intelligence than me or you, but I don't know. Israeli Mossad's desperation is showing. They're gearing up for another false flag on U.S. soil, pinning it on Muslims. If a single American gets hurt in one of these attacks here, Israel's getting called out. It's been CIA Mossad ops worldwide from the start. President Trump announces his new Board of Peace, which includes Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, Jared Kushner, former advisor of Trump, Steve Witkoff, U.S. Special Envoy, Tony Blair, former Prime Minister of the UK, strange choice, Mark Rowan, CEO of Apollo, AJ Banga, World Bank President, Robert Gabriel, U.S. National Security Advisor. So we have our technocrats right here. Got Marco Rubio, Jared Kushner. I mean, that's basically technocracy, and he's basically just creating a country. No one really gets a say, huh? What about the Palestinians? Did they ever get to have a say? So yeah, we got a board of peace in Gaza now. Oh yeah, and this guy that was I was just talking about, he's got Amalek on his shirt. He's got all this Al-Qaeda, anti-Israel type stuff. So like, a lot of the fakes are gonna be like acting as if they're against something when they're actually for it. So be prepared for stuff like that. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to this game after this video.
Who work for Hamas?
I don't want my kids should play in the house of that secular guy.
This is Curious Joel.
You're a idiot.
A village of 44,000 Hasidic Jews in upstate New York that primarily speak Yiddish have an average of 7 kids per family. How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids? It's one of the poorest towns in America, with 40% living beneath the federal poverty line. Many men here are religiously studying the Torah full-time and heavily rely on public assistance and welfare in the form of Medicaid, housing vouchers, food stamps, and cash aid to support their giant families that God commanded them to have. And the village enforces strict gender roles, modest dress codes, and sends their kids to private religious schools. And why is it okay for Jewish people to live together in a homogenous, Jew-only community, but it's illegal when white people try to build their own? I pulled up to Curious Joel myself to see what's going on. Welcome to Curious Joel, a traditional community of modesty and values. In keeping with our traditions and religious customs, we kindly ask that you dress and behave in a modest way while visiting our community. This includes wearing long skirts or pants, covered necklines, sleeves past the elbow, use appropriate language, maintain gender separation in all public areas. Thank you for respecting our values. Let's pop in here and say shalom. Lots of people praying. Hi, shalom. Okay, so it says entrance for members only. Not sure what it takes to be a member. What does it take to be a member? Do I have to be Jewish to enter? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the schedule exactly, but 9 o'clock sharp, they're not at work. Okay, so I guess everyone's praying right now. So you gotta wonder what these people do for employment. You'll notice the Mexicans out here are doing the hard labor, and the Jewish people, I'm not sure what they do. Maybe we can ask this guy. Excuse me, what do most people do for work out here? You don't know? All right, cold shoulder. Question for you, sir. How long do people pray per day? Okay, what do people do for work? Okay, what do you do for work? Okay, you don't want to talk? How many hours a day do they pray?
3 hours a day.
Do people have 9 to 5s?
Yes.
Like what industries are they involved in here?
Construction or other type of industries.
And what do you do?
I'm a student, and also I'm doing home care.
What are you studying?
I'm studying Torah.
Torah?
Yes.
How old are you?
Our holy Torah.
And who pays for your education?
I try to work on overtime.
Overtime?
Yes.
Where do you work overtime?
I work home care.
Home care?
Night, yes.
Is it like, do you have kids?
I have kids, yes.
How many kids?
3.
How do you afford to raise 3 kids while being a student?
Because I work very hard. I want to study the Torah. I'm very proud.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
Yep. How many people out here are on like welfare in the form of like housing assistance or Section 8 or EBT, SNAP, Medicare?
Yes.
And that allows you to study the Torah?
Yes.
And raise your kids?
Yes. Thank you.
How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
Wow. And do you think there's welfare abuse in the community out here?
No.
No? Because they actually have the kids?
Absolutely not.
They have the kids. Do they get tax credits for the kids?
What they get, but
right, let's play this game,
they are
guys.
all doing to keep our Torah, yes.
Keep the Torah?
Yes.
What are your thoughts on people out there who can barely afford to have one kid?
If they want, they can have one. But if God's given them more, it's very proud.
Okay.
hear the question.
Well, Jared's the investor here. I'm not going to give you a percentage, but look, what we've seen in the past gives me great optimism.
Oh, this is talking about the Board of Peace. Alright, I'm going to play this last video and we're jumping in the game. Tucker Carlson says Vladimir Putin kicked the money changers out of the temple in Russia, saying it was a major shift in who held real power in the country. He points to the early 2000s.
And whatever you think of Putin, he's bad. Putin got that under control. And Russia in 2026 bears no resemblance whatsoever to Russia in 2000, the year Putin took over. And one of the main changes he made is he kicked the money changers out of the temple. He did. Sorry. Everyone else has forgotten that, ignores it. He kicked the oligarchs out, or he brought them to his side. You can't act independently of the national interest. Sure, you can become a billionaire, but some of it has to go to the country. And whatever you think of Putin, he's bad. Putin got that under control. And Russia in 2026 bears no resemblance whatsoever to Russia in 2000, the year Putin took over. And one of the main changes he made is he kicked the money changers out of the temple. He did. Sorry. Everyone else has forgotten that, ignores it. He kicked the oligarchs out, or he brought them to his side. You can't act independently of the national interest. Sure, you can become a billionaire, but some of it has to go to the country. And what?
All right, game time. Every single day. What's this about?
I can help you target her location. And the Slayers, using the tether.
Yes, that will be most useful.
No harm must come to her. She is the heart of Argent.
Then why didn't she use her sorcery against us?
The true scope of that human's power is unknown to her. The ceremony, it must take place in my world. The heart is found. Now give to me what is owed. Return our God to us.
Close the gate.
I understand what that. I don't know. Really?
We've tried to attack here before, but we couldn't break through to Azric's fortress. Look out for damaged Atlands. We may have to repair one to reach the target.
rocket launcher. I know how to use a rocket launcher. What are you doing this for? To damage me? Okay.
Alert. 2 Hellcats detected.
After you take those out, we'll be clear to get one of those Atlins working again.
Updating mark.
Modulator. That looks kind of cool. I don't know about that. Now you could like make another shell, damn. impact that. Alright, I'm gonna check everything real quick. Did not do my checks before I got started over here. How's everybody doing in the chat? Everybody doing okay? Back in the game. So shockwave will kill him. himself. By accident.
Updating local map. One hell cannon remains.
Damn, that was intense. If I use a revival during a boss battle, I don't really feel that bad. I don't know, part of me did for a second, then I was like, no bro, that's kind of what they're there for. I was like giving myself beef in my head, and I'm like, bro, you don't bitch out like that. Why is it there? Why is it a feature? Start asking. Is that all the gold? Give me all the gold. Meat tank. Probably last that one. Explore stuff enough. That's why I never have enough gold. But they made these maps so freaking big, dude. I don't even want to fight half this shit. Like, if I actually own the game, I might want to do this, but since I don't own it, I kind of just want to do the story. objective. Did not tell me to go this way.
All Hellcats destroyed.
There's a power core nearby that still holds a charge. You can use it to get the other Atlan online.
Move! finisher. Heat blast. Mega cell. Time it takes for the accelerator to lose charge is increased. Huh. Kind of like the heat blast. Wraithstone? I don't know what that means.
Energy level stable at 92%.
tank next to me. I didn't even realize it. Huh. Blow it up though. What? I gotta go some weird way. Is that what you're saying? I gotta go through his butt? Is that what you're saying? Oh no, his back. His back. We're good, guys. We're not going in his butt. Okay. That's a relief. Oh man. That was the end of that mission? Hellbreaker. That sounds fun. Let's do it.
Autopilot engaged. System reboot in progress.
get a weapon? Oh my god. What the hell is this? Oh, that's a big shell. I like it. Shotgun? Oh, that's so cool. Shotgun. Can I do anything? Wouldn't let me hit him. Oh my god. Shot his fucking head off, man. Love it. This thing overheats. I didn't realize it's still down. What's behind me there? Karen right next to me. Not every day you get to be a Titan, so whatever the hell I am. Oh man. I saw this here. Hey, look at that. Atlan, that's what they're called, Atlans. Every game calls them something different, so.
The makers have confirmed that Asterix signal is still inside.
Holy Swarm. When you acquired a new shield rune, Holy Swarm. Seeking blades in a wide arc. Oh, okay, now I kind of see it. It's the blue shrills that kind of shoot out everywhere. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Is this it? I can't even get it. Upgrades, upgrades, upgrades. That should upgrade. Still won't let me. How much is it? Oh, I already have it. Never mind. Increase dagger damage, distance. Increase damage on the final hit of your power gauntlet combo. Duelist, parry, speed of your MLA, charge. Good. Actually come in handy. It's almost like you need to like power up your shield and melee first, almost. I mean, you can still do the guns every now and again, but get your armor upgrades first. Your skill upgrades, what do you want to call them?
Opening a portal now.
Yeah, command. What they possibly need at command. Y'all just give me the orders and tell me what to do. I don't give a F.
Has arrived. Access control zones in effect.
That's pretty cool. Some of y'all like ask me like, where's the art at? And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's right in front of you. Walked past all this and didn't even look at it. Almost walked past it, didn't even get to appreciate it. Now we all get to look at the Jaegers together. I'm gonna call him a Jaeger. That's like my favorite Titan name. I don't know why. I guess it was because it was different. Atlans are okay. Sounds kind of basic, but I'm gonna call him. Is this an elevator? Uh-oh. Why do none of these doors work?
Access denied.
Really? Ow. Those things blow up? I don't know, I hit something and it blew up behind me. What's the thing at?
Access denied.
Okay.
Attack warning red. All personnel, please evacuate the facility.
Where do you want to go?
This base is under attack. Scramble the air units. All hands to battle stations.
It must be after the Creed. Hull breach. Damage on multiple levels.
Move the Creed to the command deck.
What's up, guys? Oh, I'm glad you didn't get killed whenever I just landed. So, calm down, bro. It's gonna be okay. Hey, you don't have to freak out. She's here for you.
Portal opening above the command station. Something massive is coming through. We need air support. Ensign, prepare the Slayer's Dragon.
What's up? Might have stuck their finger in here. this music, man. That's you and her. was weird. Okay, good. Wasn't giving me a reading for a second. 1 second, guys. You know, I was thinking about playing music tonight. I don't know why I didn't. Should I turn on music? Guess we could. Got her connected. Oh, I don't. Hold up 1 second. That's gonna be a problem. There we go. I like the Doom music, but we're gonna switch it over to this. Why does everything look retarded? There it is.
Titan.
This one's good. way. I feel retarded now. Never mind. I think I fucked it up. Was I supposed to get that? Oh no, I'm supposed to go over there. Okay. Cultist! No! Everything goes into slow motion for a second. Got overlapping music right now. Might even be good music, but I don't know right now. I'm in a chill music mode. plastic back up. Yeah, man. We got our dragon back. Cyber dragon.
We have to drive it back into that rift.
Energy readings are all wrong.
Those tentacles are ripping the station apart. Take them out.
Oh, that's how it is. competitive again. Going back to the good stuff. I mean, it's all good, but something a little more hype. Should be a good one.
start the checkpoint.
not just pause that music? What the hell? Paused you. Go away. Watch a video on the story of this game because I'm lost. I have no clue what the hell's going on. I don't think they ever explained anything very well. Care about that? I don't know what that was. I think there's 22 chapters. Each chapter's kind of short, so. Tornadoes and shit.
Why would they hide this from us? The Makers didn't know it was here. Hold your position.
You hold your position. They already know I'm here.
Control switch.
They could have made the called? Epic Kills or something like that a little bit better. I forgot what they're called.
The church wants the creed and Thera safely returned, and they're willing to help. According to the makers, inside this tomb is a deity that will lead you to their location. The bishop's ministry has asked that the Slayer alone take this mission. They trust no one else. I cannot disobey the church, but will be on alert.
You like that, buddy? You like your steak like that? I do too. Well, not like, I don't like people. I don't like eating people. No offense.
The entire structure was built just to keep this creature in stasis. We need to wake it up. Makers have given us directions.
Targets
where are they at?
identified. Lock-in coordinates.
Tell me where I'm going? to come back.
Vital signs rising.
Unnecessary, but it's awesome. Heaven Splinter. all of them? Maybe not. They're just stuck down there. shit. You just like throw me off the fucking map. Give me some work now. Getting intense for a second. Am I gonna make it? Oh, I made it. Barely. Tired now. Probably get off after this. So I keep dying now. It's like, it's fun. Just wait. What time is it?
You may now access the nearby stasis emitter.
What's that? Any other gold that I'm missing? I like this. Oh, this is not what I want. Just the chain shot. That's what I want.
It's awake, but it can't free itself.
Excessive ordnance is now required.
The makers say there is a powerful weapon here that can release the creature. The marking it on the map now.
Seems faster. over yet? 'Cause I'm sleepy. Oh my goodness, put me to work. Let me guess, another boss battle? Oh, I get to keep it? Hell yeah. I love it! Instead of the BFG, they got the BFC. BFC is very limited ammo, can be found in the world to replenish your stock. Your shield is unavailable while you have your BFC. Oh, okay. I knew it was going to be the same thing. How did I know? I have a whole button for it? Oh shit. Why is that so far away? Damn it, I did it again. I didn't realize I was falling off that time.
What happens if this creature doesn't want to leave? We have no choice. Is that a dragon? It looks like a fucking dragon.
kraken looking thing. I don't know what that is. It's not a dragon though. I don't know if that makes me feel any better though. That just means I don't know what the hell it is.
Safety switch is ahead. Ready for release of Titan-class entity.
Once through the rift, you should pick up the Queen's signal. When you find them, the Makers will guide you to an exit.
That's a relief. Alright, well I'm done for the night then. Woo! Alright, I was not wanting to do a boss battle. Okay, good. Good. Alright, appreciate you all for stopping by. If you liked tonight's video, please like. If you're new to the channel, please follow. I'm gonna take the weekend off. Have a good weekend, everybody. I love you, and good night.
You